Hello, 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 hello. So today we will be continuing the pumpkin hunt and the Sinisty hunt indeed. It is indeed quite likely that we will be able to get something today. We do. Yeah, let's see. Let's see, indeed. Depending on how things go today, I guess I'll figure out something else to hunt. Really, depending on more on the pumpkin situation than anything else. Really, depending on what happens with that. Indeed. But yeah, we shall see. We shall see, indeed. Let's see then. What can we manage to find today? Indeed, at least if nothing, there seems to be a supersized one. Start with there, indeed. I did also indeed be buying some some Pokeballs to the other pile indeed, since I was starting to be low on them. More on the special Pokeballs than anything else. A decent amount of like random ones indeed. Yeah. As I said yesterday, if nothing else, we should be hitting the odds. Or at least somewhere close to in the Sinistry today. We should indeed. I will say though that I do indeed be wondering where my Morgram log is with Sinistry. Because it has been quite a while since I've been getting a Morgram in there. Yes, indeed. But yeah, we shall see though, we shall see indeed. Well, hey, I'm not gonna be complaining. I will say that much, that Morgrams have been away for a while. But it's just strange. Because indeed, the first 4 phases they were just Morgrams. And there were them a little while, and then they have kind of vanished indeed. They have. Oh, thank you again for loading in something. The thing is that I don't really know what I would like to get from there. As I said, Morgram, it has been a while since you have decided to be shiny, so I guess that would be something. We're getting it indeed. I don't really care too much. Maybe not another indeed in a while though. Maybe that'll be the case indeed. And for the reason only really that I just don't want to get another 5% so quickly from the last one. Like, I didn't get my first indeed in too long time ago, and then I did get another one, like the last phase, but the phase before each. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. I'm having an okay-ish day myself indeed. Nothing too bad going on. Nothing too bad indeed. I was making my breakfast slash food this morning, and I don't know why, but it smelled like that there was a whole onion in the microwave. It's just like smelled and also tasted a lot like onions. It was the only thing that I did taste. It was just like fine, but strange indeed. I don't really know why it is. Why it was indeed like very heavy on the onion. I don't know indeed. Overall, it wasn't too bad though. I just didn't notice that there would be so much onions on them. That food indeed. Also, I found that the instructions how to warm the meal up was that you need to be opening it a little bit in the corner. And then there was a notice that it's a microwave safe one. Like, obviously. Obviously it's a microwave safe one, you know. Those silly things sometimes. It's kind of the situation where not too long time ago I did eat again like something that I did put in the microwave. And there was... They did say that if you want it to be tasting more like pepper, add pepper. Oh, gosh, I would have never thought of that. How smart. How smart indeed. So, like, did you know that you can have more flavor if you add more flavor? No way! I would have never guessed it. But that would be the case. Imagine getting more flavor by adding more flavor. That would be crazy. Always to be allowing though those very stupidly like obvious things in especially like food making things. But yeah, it do be what it do be. There's of course some instructions that like are good to be having there, of course, but like there's just some ones that are definitely interesting. There was at one point like in a combo package for like different snack things you need to put into the oven. There was a instruction that keep an eye out so the chicken nuggets don't like overflow. There was not even chicken nuggets in them. Instead of they were like saying that it was like something completely different. So I was just assuming that they just for whatever reason have the same packaging for everything that they have. Be careful about this thing that isn't even in here. Huh? Yeah. Oh, silly things indeed. of them. Anyway. Yeah, let's see how long I will be going today. I was thinking that for whatever reason that I set up my goal low today that 500. So 6,500 will be with a pumpkin. But I would very much like to do the usual 800 that I can do quite well with doing the Synesty there as well. Let's set it out to 500. Because I'm kind of hoping within 500 encounters today I would be able to find a pumpkin. Yeah. As I said, I don't really know what I'll be doing if I would be getting the pumpkin today, indeed. As I said, it is kind of late to be starting a new hunt anywhere, so it might be just that I would be doing just Synesty. That is a possibility indeed. Thanks. It do be. Oh my god, why there's so many things mean today? Including this Badiou. Very mean. I will say though that I'm surprised that Badiou is such a big thing in this game. Especially like here, it just seems like a weird place. I don't know why, it's just this place just doesn't really scream Badiou to me. What could it be replaced with? Honestly, I don't really know. I think Badiou is indeed, in my opinion, the only one that doesn't really fit in here. I guess Wooloo makes sense because of the gym challenge thing that is going on in the gym. Both Yamper and Electric makes sense again because of the gym thing. More Yamper, but still. Yeah, this is a strange choice. I can kind of see though it to be fitting there in here is like maybe it is keeping an eye out for the Wooloo as well. Another ones that don't really make too much sense, but like they are fine because of the game's gimmicks, is Eevee and Pikachu. Because since this is your first gym and then there is the... And there is the first opportunity to be doing Dynamaxing slash Gigantamaxing. Since you can be getting the Gigantamax one. If you have the play data indeed. Or game data, whatever my thing. So yeah, that makes sense in my mind. What else though? Yeah, I think Baryu is indeed, in my opinion, the only one that doesn't make sense in here. I mean, I know that there's a crash gym nearby, but they use so many Badyus, it's insane. In the crash gym. It's insane how many they do be using indeed. Oh yeah, another, like, again, a fun thing that I have noticed can recently be a thing is that people need to come up with things that they are gonna be doing in Scarlet and Violet because they have already done everything. Because, you know, people want to be completing their shiny living decks in that game. Using, you know, Sparkling 3. It is done fairly quickly and, like, it's interesting to see what some people come up with then. I know that there's a bunch of dudes that are trying to get to the marked ones, especially after the Clefairy one. Which is, like, interesting, I will say. Like, they try to get all the marks before, you know, DLC and such. Which I would like to say that it's gonna be fairly easy. Like, of course, there's like some marks that are rare, but then again, since there is indeed right now there is a Phantom like event going on, and you can get a Phantom with a special mark more likely. Like, it's very easy, and also because you can use Sparkling and Tidal Power, it's still gonna be on its own challenge, though. But it has definitely been a more of a recent thing that people have been adding because they have already done everything. And hey, nothing wrong with that, but I don't know. Could be me, the way that I like to hunt it would be getting boring. Because I will say that the odds sometimes they can be like ridiculous. We'll just say that they can indeed be very ridiculous indeed. I know, like, when, like, before the teal mask, yeah, the teal mask, I remember the order correctly for the for the deals is nice. Before the teal mask was released, there was a bunch of dudes just going back to Legends Arceus or another, like, older game because they have already done everything in Scarlet and Violet, and they were like, I started doing this because I have done everything in Scarlet and Violet already. Yeah, that could be a reason why I don't also want to rush all the time. Like, surely there is gonna still be some hunts that I will be doing in Scarlet and Violet, but when I feel like it, you know. Not going to be trying to do all of them in one evening, you know. Also, one thing that I did find funny, like, was it today or yesterday, but anyways, is that like I have seen a trend in some shiny hunting videos that they are saying that they want the hunts to be over soon so they can include them in that video. It's not like there is a length to the video and then they decided to do it anyways in few parts, so like it didn't even matter really. Hey, you do you. You do you indeed. It's just weird. You do be a little weird indeed. Yeah, but it has always been kind of a trend in more of a grindy things anyways, that they're saying that they don't want... They want to include something in the video, and then I'm like... It's not like there's really a limit how long a video can be, you know? But I guess if you want it in a certain limit, then yeah. It's just weird. Like, I understand that there is like some people that want to do like max 20-minute like videos, and that's like completely fine, but still, you know, it's always fun to watch those videos though that people are saying that this video is long and then it's like maybe 5 minutes longer than their usual. Yeah. And honestly, I half of the time don't really understand that thing either. Because is it really that big of a deal? I know in certain like things people only want to be watching like an X long video only, like not too much longer than whatever it might be. But like, it's not like you can't get back to it at some point if you're interested. I mean, surely does it always work that you want to be returning to a video and then continue from the point that you have already watched to? Yeah, it doesn't work. Half of the time, but like still, it's not like they're gonna be gone if you don't yourself delete it, like one of the only reasons. So like, sometimes I don't get it. I will say though that I think I prefer videos to be at least like 20 minutes long. Because sometimes it's very frustrating when you just would like to chill and watch something and then it's only like a few minutes long but you still want to watch it. And then you struggle for the next half an hour to try and find anything that you are interested in. Yeah. It do be. What do be though? It's not too bad though, usually, yeah. I mean, I guess also because, you know, there is like some videos that just aren't for you, even though you're very interested, but it's just either the way that the person is speaking or how it's like paced, and you just get absolute boredom. And like, it is what it is though, like, it's not really anybody's fault, you know? It do be what it do be, indeed. I will say though that I remember that I have been watching something. Thank you for the follow. From like years ago, and then I try to rewatch it, but then I think that it's the most boring thing ever, you know? And of course, another thing that is for me a big deal as well is that am I doing something else? Because I will say that there's like some kind of videos that I will only be watching if I do something else. Because like, that is just how they are. The video itself is in like the pictures and whatever thing is going on, that isn't important. It's more of like what's going on like audio wise, you know? But yeah, it do be quite usually for me, indeed, if I will be playing like games, that I will be watching slash listening to something else. Especially if it's a game that it's A, either very easy to do it, or B, I just try to like get an achievement in the game and I'm just, you know, needing to go through the story and I don't really care about it the second time around that much. But yeah. Doobie, what did doobie? Also, since there is today a certain movie like coming out, it just always reminds me how it's a pain sometimes in here to try and watch some movies. Because I'm the type of person that prefers to be watching things in English, because some things can be lost in, you know, translation, and also you might prefer the voice acting like on the original ones more. It's stuff like that indeed. But it's sometimes a pain, especially like I'm not a movie kind of person. Surprise, surprise. But sometimes it's a pain to try and like actually, if I would like to go ahead and watch a movie in the theaters, to try and find it in the English dub, because of course it's most likely going to be the Finnish one if there's an option. But as I said, sometimes I do be preferring myself to be watching them in English. Especially when it comes down to most of the more or less kids movies. Like surely there is some like when I was younger, like everything that I did watch was of course in Finnish because I didn't know English at all. But you know, I nowadays still some of the time that if I would like to rewatch like the movies that I have watched when I was a kid, I prefer to watch them in English. There is some that I prefer to watch in Finnish, but it's more from the memes that have come out of how bad the dub is. But yeah, it do be what it do be. I don't remember, was it the last time that I was in movies? Yeah, I guess. I think the last time that I was in the movies was with my younger brother. We're watching... Is it the Enchanto or whatever? I don't remember. It was quite a good few years ago. I've been indeed. It do be what it do be. But yeah, thankfully I don't think that I have ever had a bad like movie experience though. Like, you know, someone being an absolute annoyance. I don't think that I have had anything like that in my life. As I said, I don't really go there because, well, there like where I like was born in that place, there wasn't really too many places. And or there was like literally one place and it was a very small place, so it was always full, so no such thing. And also because there was like nearby a renting place that you could be renting, let's say 3 movies for 20 euros for a few days. And it was a lot cheaper than buying a movie ticket. And then you could get more than one. So yeah. It's sad that those places aren't really in a business anymore. They were fun places. There were like few that did still stick around, even though like physical ones kind of went out of touch. Just for the reason that there was like they were so successful with just the special candies that were in there at the time. Like you couldn't be finding them in any other stores. But yeah, it's quite nice though. But yeah. And then when we moved here, there is like a pretty decently sized place, like nearby. But the problem really was that it was quite far away, though. Like like where I was born at, that place, you could like ride a bike there and be there in 30 minutes max. And in here where we lived at a time, it would have been taking an hour-ish with a bus. Maybe half an hour if it was like a very like quiet hour, but no, never. Because the reason was that there was only one line at the time from here to the bigger city nearby. So like it was almost all the time full. So like yeah, no. Thankfully it's a lot better now. There is so many other ones. And also there's like ones that are more helpful for like in certain situations, like there is now a direct way to be getting to the hospital there in the bigger city indeed. Straight away from here. And that has helped quite a bit because before that was really a thing. There was only one line that did go there, but it only went like if it was like, you know, people going to work hour or getting out of the work hour. Then it was twice an hour, but other than that, maybe once an hour. So like people tended to use the other line that did go like few times in an hour usually, and then just take another bus. I have actually taken the bus once for the hospital. Not because I needed to go there, but because my boyfriend did work there for a short time. And we did go ahead and see the elderly people straight from there. And because it was like over halfway there already, it was just smarter for me to go there rather than him to come back here and then go there. That's interesting though. Because there's a lot of things that have been changing, because there has been, like, in the big city, there has been, or bigger city nearby, there has been so many, like, improvements going on. Like in the public transport part. And it has changed how things work in here. Which is good because the things that they are building there, they are better for the environment. Like to use. There was at the time few like buses that did work with electricity. It was for only for short ones and like maybe like one, maybe two lines only. Which was quite unfortunate. I will say though that I absolutely hated if I needed to be on those buses. It was so quiet and it was weird. So quiet. But yeah, one thing that I will say that I always find funny is that, of course, like it's recommended that you use public transport. You know, makes sense. First of all, there's the problem that it doesn't go everywhere, or if it does, it's very limited how much. So, like, if you live in a little bit farther away from, like, from a big road, for example, you might be better off with your own car. And also, I will say that it is still quite expensive, even though, like, we can be, like, if you, of course, use, like, public transport a lot, you will be buying, like, a monthly or yearly thing. But it is still, like, decently expensive. And then there is kind of the thing that, in my mind, you need to use it enough to not waste money. So, like, if you don't use, like, if you don't go into places too much, like, technically you probably would be better off without it, you know? Because, like, if you go by with, like, single trip, like, cost things, how much things cost, they add up very fast. They do be. But hey, understandable, it's just like... Oh, come on. But you know, it's not always the best solution. It's really not. And of course, some people are saying that get an electric car. Yeah. Because they go so well in the winter in here. Because there has been like so many like videos about it that I have watched few of them. That from like, oh my god, don't get stuck. This place is so bullying me. Very big bully. But yeah, I watched indeed a few videos about it. That from like Helsinki, like one of the capital and also the place that usually people start them in because it's one of the most southern points. They start from there. They can go for like about 2 hours where like I live, more or less. Then they need to, you know, recharge in good days. Then they can go again probably for, let's say, like another 2 hours. It's not like getting that cold yet, you know. And also the other problem is if you go too much into the north, there really isn't a place to, you know, recharge your car. Because it's not a thing there. Because there isn't like too many people living there, so like it's rare to see them. Yeah, but after that point, it's pretty much you can go about an hour-ish before you need to like be recharging because it's just getting so cold, especially during the winters. Because most of these are done in the winters because of that, like show how bad they are in here in winter times. So like yeah. But yeah, then there is indeed, once you like go high enough in here, like enough in the north, As I said, there is the problem that there is not really too many recharge stations for electric cars. There just isn't, because as I said, it's not really a big thing, and there is not a lot of people that live there. And they like to go, like, live their lives a little bit more, like, old-fashioned way, you know? But yeah. Because I remember one of those videos, like, one of the videos they didn't go to the Northeast Point because, like, ain't there no way that they can go there and come back. And they kind of stopped quite early. But the ones that did go, like, almost all the way to the north, they actually needed to stop by. Of course, agreed one thing. They needed to stop by someone's house to recharge their car. Because it was the only way. Because there is not like you could be going into a somewhere like more or less public to charge it. Because there is no such thing. So that is why it's so funny to me that there is a lot of people in here that are saying that electric cars are good and you should be getting them. There was for a time being, like, if you would be getting an electric car, you would be getting help for getting the electric car because you are helping the environment. But it seemed to be going away. So people are not buying electric cars anymore because of that. Because they are quite expensive. And also, as I said, winters are cold, so they don't really do well. Yeah, as I said, I understand the thing on them, like why they're good and everything, but they don't work here. And I honestly don't know how they will ever be able to manage to get them to be working in places like this. I honestly don't know. Probably at some point they figure out something, but it is just a thing that, you know, there is just so many things that they don't go too well in the, like, old weathers. Lovely, an Eevee. Just what I needed. Always love the Eevee. Funny? It do be what it do be, though. Like, of course I understand that, like, they want to be having, like, they want us to be having, like, cars that are better for the environment. That's completely understandable indeed. But at the same time, it is unfortunately a hard thing to do in here. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna be doing it because I don't know if I have internet set up correctly for it. I would otherwise. I usually check it out beforehand for like when I do the Dynamax adventures. Because sometimes Switch can be an annoyance with it. Might not be working always. I will say though that if you have Legends Arceus, I would recommend doing it in there anyways. It will be always my suggestion with the Pokemons that you can evolve in that game. It's so much easier. You don't need to trade. You can just get the items there. It's a thing that I know that some people forget. It's a thing that you can transfer back and forth. Which is a very nice feature though. I love it. Because you know, you don't need to trade, you can just get the items, which are relatively easy to get in my opinion. Once you can get a space-time distortion. Or if you're patient enough to do the returning of the satchels and get points with that. Because I will say though that if I ever will be doing in a Switch hunt for Porygon and I want to evolve it, I will most definitely do it in I will definitely do it in Legends Arceus. I will most definitely do it in there because it's so easy. But then again, I don't really know if I will be doing it, but maybe in Legends Arceus, but like no. Because it's so unfortunate to me that, especially in the older games, there's like only like few times that you can get like certain evolution items in the game and then like that's it. I more like the nowadays feature that you can be getting them somewhere. It's a very nice thing indeed. I love to see it indeed. Because there is like the weird thing indeed in some Pokemon games that are indeed the older kind, that you can complete the Pokédex on your own, like only in one file. Because there literally is not enough evolution items. I think it was the case at least in like Gen 3 Hoenn games, that you literally can be getting both the whole Jigglypuff evolution line and the whole Skitty evolution line. Because, like, if I remember correctly, there's only one Moonstone that you can get. So, like, weird decisions. So that's why I like that nowadays. Indeed, in Legends Arceus is, in my opinion, one of the easiest games to be evolving things. Because indeed, there is only the annoying thing is that you need to be waiting until space-time distortion is a thing or wait for the satchel things. But then, You don't need to trade. You just need to use the item, you know? I know it probably would be like too much to be getting like, of course, a new game for it, but if you already have it, why not you use it? You know? So I'm so glad that there is a thing that you can transfer in almost every of the Switch games back and forth. The only one that I'm not completely sure about is Let's Go games. Because they like might be weird because you know how things work. But yeah, that's about it really. Very nice indeed. I don't think, in my opinion, that we should have gotten it too much sooner. I think it's like fine, like good enough timing wise. In my opinion, indeed. Because of course, like for the longest time there was only like one new Switch game. Like apart from Let's Go because you're an Eevee, because it's like a weird thing for me, indeed. It works so differently. I mean, so does Legends Arceus as well, but it's still, in my opinion, a little bit more of a traditional feeling, though. It do be. It do be what it do be, though. But I will say though that it is a little bit of a weird feeling, in my opinion, that you can indeed be freely transferring, yeah, transforming Pokemons from like indeed most of the Switch games back and forth. I really like it. As I said, it's a very nice feature, especially like I honestly will say myself that I wouldn't honestly care. I couldn't care less that you can like get Pokemon from Scarlet and Violet and then use them in Sword and Shield. I think it's just so cool that you can bring Pokemon to Legends Arceus for easy evolutions. Love easy evolutions. One thing that I will say though, even though I hate trading in Pokemon games, is that I don't think that trading will be going away ever. Maybe there will be like one or two games that you can do as it is in Legends Arceus and do trade evolutions without trading. But I don't think that overall we're gonna ever be getting rid of trading because it is kind of a thing that they have already done from the beginning anyways. It would be quite odd them to be changing it. I personally wouldn't mind it too much, of course, because I think trading, as cool as it is quite unnecessary. Like, in my opinion, just give me like very rare, hard to obtain item instead. Wow, female Eevee. Yeah. Or, like as I said, I like how it works in Pokemon Go, that you don't necessarily need to be having friends, indeed, to trade some of, like, trade evolutions. It's just gonna be costing you some candy. It's just going to be doing that, indeed. And then if you trade, it's gonna be free. Because it's a nice thing that you're not like forced to be trading the trade evolutions back like to another person, indeed, in my opinion. Because there is the thing that if you have good stats Pokemons, if you trade them, they kind of change. They kind of do be changing, indeed. There we go. I soon need to be getting something new to drink, though. I'm running low, indeed. Also, since I did indeed yesterday, right after I was done streaming, I did indeed like clean up the cat's eating station, because she is the one of the most messiest eaters ever. She looked at me with a shock. Like, how dare you do this? She was also quite confused, anyways. She was like pretending that, you know, she's hungry, aka she wants something. Then we did give her something and she didn't even eat it. She does it sometimes, though, that she's like more or less pretending that she wants something. It's more that she wants attention. Most of the time, at least. So yeah, there do be that be. But yeah. Oh, I have indeed cleaned her eating station, and it's probably gonna be clean for maybe the next week. But ain't nothing wrong with it, of course. It's not like she can do too much for her messy eating anyways. Do be what she do be, you know? She do be indeed. But yeah, we do be good indeed. And hopefully everyone is having a good luck today indeed with their hunts. For us wishing indeed. Best of luck. Hopefully you will be finding something indeed. I was thinking of one thing that I would kind of like if we would be getting another Ghost Star Pokemon. I don't know what it could be, but you know, it has been a while since we have gotten a Ghost Star Pokemon. And I wouldn't necessarily mind if we're getting a Ghost Star Pokemon. It's not like it's too overused of a type combination. Anyways. Both of the are all the ones that we do be getting with the Ghost Star combination. They are pretty unique. Also, this game is broken. It's another female Eevee that is normally 1%. And it's an Eevee and it's female. This game is broken. You love broken games. Okay. Hmm. Oh. There we go. Yep. Funny things indeed. Yeah, again, like last night I was doing. Oh my god. Ew. I was doing again like a little bit more checks for, you know, the Murkrow hunt. It's going, you know, decently. Didn't get anything. But you know, it's going decently indeed. You know, getting some encounters done then. I didn't do too much last night. I was doing some other things indeed. We're doing other things indeed last night indeed. But hey, any progress is progress. Almost 300 checks out there, so like decent amount of progress. The only thing that I'm really regretting about that hunt is that since I did indeed get the first but you very quickly, is that I only have few super repels, and then I start using max repels, of course. So yeah, there do be that problem be. I mean, could I technically just, you know, voice or repel? Yeah, but at the same time, I don't want you. I don't want you indeed. But yep. And going decently though, soon 200 checks. In about time that I would be assuming that double hunting would be doing. You know, a little bit slower than usual. Yeah, 800 is the usual goal though with this even. So, of course, trying that, but if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, you know. As I said, I think my bare minimum for today will be 500. I think that will be indeed. I'm not too sure though. I'm not too sure though, indeed. Will I be doing this over the weekend or not? Like the Pumpkaboo specifically. Indeed. An interesting question. As I said, I will be doing... I would like to say probably tomorrow I would be doing... I would be doing indeed the DA thing. I was thinking that indeed tomorrow would be a good day for that. And of course, we shall see indeed. As I said, I'm not completely sure what is going to be the case over the weekend indeed. Because the thing is that I would like to get some rest, but at the same time I know that indeed on Monday I can be streaming because tire changing for the elderly people indeed. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. What the heck? If I do be streaming, I do be streaming though. But like the weird thing is that if I do it like that, I will be streaming like the entire weekend. It means that next week I will be having 3 days off. Maybe. Or it of course depends like how do I be feeling though. How things are gonna be going indeed. My god. Dog. Damn. We shall see. It is indeed an interesting one. But yeah, the other way that I might be doing it is that I might be having 2 days off, like both Sunday and on Monday, but I don't think that I like the idea though. Okay, as I said, we shall see though. Just for whatever reason, like today, even though I did feel like more or less the same this morning indeed than yesterday. For whatever reason, I'm just feeling more tired, so... So it do be. Okay, we shall see indeed. I will say though that I'm still quite excited about the hunts to come. I most likely I think that how things probably will be going, like in this and next week, is that I will try to very well with my best of my abilities to be getting the pumpkin hunt done. Indeed. My priority. And then try to do some other hunts as well. But of course, if I, for whatever reason, just get incredibly tired of the hunt, then no. No, indeed. But hey, at least I'll be doing this, as I said, somewhat today. It could be worth it with me that for whatever reason at some point I will just be getting a boost to my energy levels. It is entirely possible. I did eat a pretty hefty breakfast indeed. So like that could be a part of the problem, because it doesn't happen to me all the time, but every once in a while, you know, it happens. That I just, if I eat too much, I will be getting very tired indeed. Which is like understandable and it makes sense, but it is very unfortunate though. It do be. I know that like it's better to be eating like smaller portions, but more during the day. I know, but I'm kind of used to eating like a pretty good breakfast, especially since you know I will be streaming for at least 3 hours, so I would like to get on with it without eating too much. And then I usually then, depending on when I do be stopping, be eating indeed meal afterwards. Oh, it wasn't a wild encounter. Or a wild encounter, the random encounter. Because these are definitely not wild encounters. It most definitely didn't say that it is. No, it couldn't be. uh, yeah, I definitely will be trying. Indeed, in the next couple of days, I try to get a lot of sleep in because I think right now it is indeed one of my main issues. Like, because tired. I'm not doing half of the things too well if you're tired indeed. So yeah, definitely try to get some sleep in. It would be so nice, in my opinion, if I would be able to, like, know every year, like, during around this time, like, how tired I would be, so I would know to sleep enough. That would be so nice. Be very nice indeed. Hmm. 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 I wonder what day it was last year that I did get pumpkin. Let's check. Checking. Oh, it was 25th. 25th indeed. Last year. Yeah, so I'm not gonna be too late on like day wise with it. Hopefully, indeed. Well, if I get it today, it's just gonna be year plus 2 days, Not that bad. I was wondering about like having the trading thing. Like not to include another player. I think a cool way to make that would be that there would be either an NPC or some sort of a machine that you would need to be putting a certain amount of money or a rare item into, and then it would be kind of triggering the trading progress. Kind of what I'm thinking with this, like with the link cable situation that is indeed in Legends Arceus. Also, as I think about Legends Arceus and trade evolutions being a thing back then. How? Is it possible? Like, actually, what is the, like... What causes, I mean, to some Pokemon that trade is necessary in order to evolve? Especially because, you know, catching Pokemons, it wasn't a big thing, and you know, you can find... Sometimes, you know, the... usually requiring and what it is... a trade item in order to evolve. Like, what is actually happening? What is actually happening there, indeed? But the trade in progress, that is triggering indeed. And why has it been like a thing even before people were able to really trade, because not too many dudes did have Pokemons as access in, for example, in Legends Arceus. Because it's not like you can really get on hold of like the link corridor, link cable, whatever my thing. Like to usually in the wild. Because, you know, it's kind of like, for us at least as a player, only available in the space-time distortions in the wild ingots. Are they in... there's just so many of them happening that they just discover how to evolve. Honestly, why couldn't they just made it another type of evolution instead of like the like in quotes the trade item evolution? I guess an evolutionary stone. Like, there's some Pokemon that I completely understand that require evolution. Like, I don't know, Porygon line as a whole, like, it makes sense because it is indeed heavily based on computers and such. So, you know, it makes sense. But, like, I know in Legends Arceus case there is no such thing as held items, so that's why you need to be using as the, like, some of the evolution items that you would normally hold on to when they are trading. Yeah. So, like, it is kind of understandable that it's used as a evolutionary stone, pretty much. But yeah. I just don't think that there is honestly too many Pokemons, in my opinion, that it should be needed to be an trade evolution. I don't know why, but I would find it quite interesting if every trade evolution would be either replaced as it is working in the Legends Arceus that, the Porygon evolution items work as evolutionary stones in quotes in that game. Or like the ones that needs the trade evolution to be happening. Either we have it like that, but it would only work, of course, for the Pokemons that need to be holding a specific item in order to evolve. There is a decent amount of them, though. But I think it would be even nicer if we would be... if instead of like some of the trade evolutions need to be a trade evolution, I think it would be nicer if it would indeed be, instead of being that, to be like either a specific situation like a place, time of day, friendship, whatever. Or it could be a simple level up, of course. Or it could be a thing that they usually... Oh! Hello there. Wasn't expecting you of all things. Alright, that is at least somewhat haven't had Oranguro in a while indeed. Had you in a while indeed. Decent amount? Not too bad indeed. It's only 740 each. Not too bad indeed. Well, let's see. Does the trend continue? Does the trend continue indeed? Are the normal psychic normal ones gonna be a pain to catch? So let's get a part of the Joy-Con. I mean, Premier will always can be doing with those. I could be trying to get one in Heal, but I tried to do it last time, but it didn't go too well. Let's try it. Let's try it. Oh, critical capture. Nice. Wasn't too hard, indeed. What should nickname you, though? That do be indeed be the question. Not a female one, by the way. Hmm. I'm gonna nickname you Xena. I don't know why. You're nicknamed Xena now. Most definitely gonna be careful by nature. Careful indeed. It has been a while since I've been getting an Oranguru though. Number 10. Yeah, are you careful? No marks, you're modest? I would like to say that that's a pretty decent Oranguru. I would like to say that indeed. Not too bad at all. Senna is your nickname indeed. Where it did come from, but it's your nickname now. Oh boy. There we go. Throw you in a few battles. I think I will be doing again a thing that I only be doing the I'll be only doing the I'll be only doing the Pumpkaboo for like 50-ish encounters indeed. 52 to be exact. That's not too bad though. Will actually also be having you there as well. Oranguru. 748. You did take some time to appear, but don't mind it. That's my third Oranguru overall. 2 in here, 1 in my badge quest. Still, my only problem really with it is that, as I said, I don't necessarily like myself too many of the kinds that are more or less meant for, you know, double battles. Do one more. Look at the beauty. You couldn't get away. Oh no, not Charmage. The worst move that you could ever do. Not gonna save. Saved enough. Also, I will be... I'm not gonna be using multi-select because I can't be then doing this. Yeah, there has been few female ones. There has been few female ones indeed. Now let's now save and I'll need to restart my program as well. And yeah, that is gonna be waiting a while. Thing there. Thank you. As I said, we're doing until I hit 6,300. We'll be doing only Pumpkaboo. Then I'll be switching indeed to the other one. Also, Sunset Chime, nice. I love to see it indeed. But yeah, I will say orange is pretty decent shiny. I will say at first I was like, it turns into pink, I'm not too big a fan of it. But then, you know, all the accent colors that it gets, even though they don't, you know, change too drastically. I think for me, oh my god, it kind of made the difference though. But yep. Not too bad though. When I was talking about trade evolutions and how indeed like most of them could be replaced by things working in like certain times of day, certain locations, even though the location then has kind of faded away. What else? Certain levels doing like certain things, like it kind of started in Legends Arceus that you need to be using certain move a certain amount of times. It was originally either a strong or agile style, but you know, since they aren't a thing, they have kind of switched into doing it instead with the with like you need to use certain moves certain amount of times. Yeah. Yes, like as I said, I don't mind trade evolutions, but at the same time, in my opinion, most of the trade evolutions, they don't need to be trade evolutions. Or as I said, there could be a machine as well that would be triggering the trade evolution thing and it would be costing something. That wouldn't be too bad either, in my opinion. But yeah. Yeah. I think that there is only like few ones in my opinion that they're like no matter what should be staying as like trade evolutions. It is indeed the Porygon line. it do with the Porygon line indeed. Because, you know, as I said, they're kind of computers themselves. Doing weird things. And of course Shelmet and Carablast, which I have always found one very weird thing about those two. That for how like important they are to each other, they are nowhere close in the Pokédex. Like you would assume that they would be the like back-to-back ones. But like they aren't, and that's like, in my opinion, very weird. Considering like you need either Shelmet or Carablast to evolve a Shelmet or Carablast. Because you know the whole they are taking things from each other, even though it's mostly only with one of the dudes. Also, what do you mean by that game? It's another female Eevee. What do you mean? But as I said, I don't mind trading. It's fine. I understand why it's a feature. But I'm kind of also wanting that it would be at this point taken away. Also, I don't know why did that Eevee remind me of a thing that I kind of would hope to be in Pokemon games. That there would be more Pokemons that you could style. Not like the whole thing, like maybe for Eevee, maybe you could be styling, you know, the hair on top of the head, you know. Like, nothing too crazy, like something small like that wouldn't be too bad. I wouldn't mind that personally at all. Because why wouldn't you be able to? Even if it would be just for a temporary thing, you know. Especially considering that it was like a big thing in like some of the older games indeed. That you could literally give it a haircut 20 days in a row and for whatever reason it's still having some hair. You know, of course, nothing wrong with it. It's just like weird. Should be a little weird indeed. But yeah, just like because of the situation indeed that it was kind of a big thing. Also, just opened up Pokemon Go and I'm pretty sure that I just found a Zorua. Because for some reason I'm just thinking that maybe not now there would be an Nincada available in the wild. Because, you know, Nincada is my buddy. I'm kind of thinking that it may or may not be, you know, a Zorua. Yeah, it is. Obviously. Regular old Zorua indeed. It's sometimes so annoying to honestly try and find Zorua in Pokemon Go, though. I mean, of course, one of the most logical steps would be that you would just make it easier for yourself. And you would be having as your body Pokemon something that you literally can't be finding in the wild. So like that would make it even more obvious. But I will say that it's a pretty decent feature. I like it myself quite a bit more rather than what they did to with Dicho in that game. Yes, getting Dicho is such a fun time. I love it. And yeah, I kind of hope that they, like, if they will be doing again like an overworld Pokemon game, I will say that I would wish that we would be having the thing that Zoro and Zoroark and Dicho do to be a thing. Like, sure, does it make it annoying to try and look for them if you want them? Yeah, but I mean, it makes sense. In my opinion, there is like ways that you can tell, like, in certain situations that it is the Pokemon that you're looking for. For example, Dicho is doing a specific movement and is usually the largest of the bunch of the Pokemon that can be. Then there is Zorua and Zoroark. They are a little bit easier because in some of the places that they can be found in, they can be disguising themselves as the group leader that can be found like alone at all. So like that makes it obvious. And also Zorua likes to be running away from things because scared. So like, if the Pokemon doesn't usually run away from you, it is most likely a Zorua. But yep. Oh god. Thanks. I also think that after I'm done with this, I will be hitting the 6,300. I will be going ahead and getting something new to drink because, as I said, I'm kind of low. So I would like to get something new. Indeed. So yeah, we'll be doing that. And I mean, it's good to be having a small, like, walk break indeed. It's gonna be doing too much? No, what I mean? Still? is indeed doing something. Ways. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I wonder honestly when it's actually gonna be my next Morgram phase. As I said, it has been a while. And even though I don't really want them, I'm trying to kind of speak them into the existence. Because, I mean, I think it should be about time that I would be getting one of those. Because, you know, it has been a good amount of phases. Have I been getting even a Shinotic? Oh my god, I haven't been able to get Shinotic too. Like, two of the... like, common ones I haven't been getting in ages. I mean, I only have two Shinotics, so, like, it do be what it do be. But, interesting indeed. It do be very interesting indeed. Yep. As I said, I'll be doing a few more encounters and I'll be getting something new to drink indeed, and then we shall continue. I might as well be grabbing snack bar to be eating later, but we shall see. For some reason I'm thinking that the next Sinister phase though would be taking again a little while. It would be absolutely crazy if I would be getting one immediately again. But then again, it do be kind of my luck that sometimes they do be showing up quite quickly from each other. Actually, I'm gonna check one thing. Oh. Yeah, it seems like I have been, like, usually fairly lucky with, you know, shield exclusives. Because the first Oranguru was only 12 encounters after 164. 164 Spritzy. Spritzy indeed. Yeah. I mean, the only one that I would, like, say that would be unlucky with shield exclusives has to be the second Indeedee so far. Only one of the ones that have been going over odds. Indeed. And hey, it do be what it do. I'll indeed be getting something to drink. I'll be back in a few minutes indeed. There we go. Gonna do a funny thing. There we go. It is the 0 once again. You indeed. Then we start next phase for the Sinisty. We do be. I will say though, it's not a quick phase, but at the same time it's not really too long, but I most of the time say hunt is so long when it is like 1k in with charm. That is like how I feel about it myself, indeed. I guess I said there, of course, could be the case that, let's say that there is a hunt that just does take ages and it just feels like it's a long one because of that. That is always the case, but with both of these hunts that I'm doing right now, it's not a thing. Can get a decent amount of encounters done, indeed. Let's get a shiny Spritzy next. Right again. We'll definitely be getting a shiny Spritzy next. I love it. Shiny is so pretty. Its evolutions as well. Oh, how pretty they do be. Also, I don't know why, but always when I see how Armitage is spelled, I'm always confused. I don't know why. There's one of the like Pokemon names that, you know, I know how to say it, but whenever I see like being spelled, it's weird. I have no idea why. It's like one of the ones that is like that for me. I don't think that really any other ones come to my mind. It's usually, of course, a thing that, you know, I know I can't be pronouncing things correctly half of the time. But usually it's, of course, like pronunciation. Indeed, that is weird sometimes. will be what it will be, though. It will be what it will be, though. Also, how many supersized one? Question mark. How many supersized can one get in a row? Indeed. Same. Okay, game, you can calm down. Both today and yesterday there were so many supersized ones. You can calm down with them. If you're not gonna be showing one that is purple, that is... You do that, then I will be... Indeed, a lot more happy with it. Anyways. It's been ages since an Oranguru has showed up. Oh, nice to see you indeed. Another thing about Oranguru Shiny is that I'm thankful that since, you know, it can sometimes happen with like white Pokemon that when they do be turning shiny, they just have like a slight hue, you know. I'm glad that it's not the case. Right, Oranguru indeed. I will say there is certain things in life that like make me feel old because I'm not type of person that like gets the feeling that I'm old too often, honestly, because I don't honestly care too much. But certainly, like, I know that for some people it's like knowing how old a game is. But I think for me, that can be the case sometimes, but my problem is that I rarely get, or I didn't get games like too close to the like release day, like for many years. So like that doesn't really work for me that well. But what works for me is that I remember very well when I have watched something and then I go ahead and rewatch it. And then I remember, oh yeah, I remember when I was watching that, when it was a new thing. And then it's like, It has been 10 years. And you're like, huh? It's always like another way that it does hit me as well is that, you know, since some people do be changing what they do, like video wise, maybe it is because they got bored of the game that they were playing, or you know, they just decided to do other things for other reasons. It's just like weird to like see that, hey, like 10 years ago this dude did make like this kinds of videos, and then like 5 years from that they did switch to doing another kind instead, which is like, I remember that situation, you know. I wonder how well the I always be wondering though, like since kind of when I was starting to be watching like YouTube more, Minecraft has just started to be like a big thing. Like it was a big thing in the beginning, but then like few years after it it get even bigger for a while. A while only. And like there was a bunch of like how to troll friends videos or dumb ways to die as well. Like I wonder how well they are doing nowadays, and are they doing them anymore? Because like there was like of course like quite a good amount of channels that were just doing that, you know. They weren't doing anything else. They were just doing those. So I'm just wondering, like, are they even interested in them anymore? Because that is kind of how things happen sometimes indeed, that people just keep doing certain things and then they kind of get tired of it. But then they also at the same time have the feeling that they have to do it. Which in my opinion shouldn't ever be the case, but it is what it is. And I will say that probably, I don't know when, but at some point, at least momentarily, I might lose interest in shiny hunting, for example, and might want to do something else instead. So then I'll be doing it. That is kind of the problem with like certain people that do like one thing, and when they stop doing the one thing, it hurts them a lot, like view wise more than anything else. That's why I kind of try to do other things as well apart from just shiny hunting, because I mean, you know, you're not always in the mood and there's other things to do as well. It's just sometimes like I try to like every once in a while indeed to be playing the random— oh my god. Fog. Random games every once in a while indeed. But sometimes it's hard to find, like, first of all, interesting ones for me, and then find like interesting ones to be doing on a stream. That do be indeed be the case. Well, yeah. As I said, I definitely would like to pick up Animal Crossing again, like more of the thing to be. This month has been quite busy, unfortunately, with the Halloween hunts because they have been not been going according to my plans too well. But yeah, probably try to do it next month indeed. I was thinking maybe on the weekend I would be playing it a little bit. At least. Then switch to maybe shiny hunting later, you know. As I said, it would be quite easy thing to do to play that first in the beginning for a while and then switch back. But then again, you know, you just sometimes lose interest to games. It might be forever, it might be temporarily. That's why I kind of like to go with whatever I'm feeling that day, you know. It do be indeed important to me to be doing things that I want to do. It do be. Also, yesterday, since you know, at the end of the stream, Cat did indeed, like, come to my table and everything like that. She continued quite well the rest of the day. Indeed. She did do like it quite a bit. Which is like interesting indeed. She was, because I guess she did sleep quite well during the day. She was very unusual for her to be doing a bunch of zoomies during the night. Not really when we were sleeping, but before we like go to sleep. She was indeed having one of those days to be doing zooms. Nothing wrong with that. It is unfortunate that sometimes I would wish that regardless of the pet that I would be able to play with them nicely. Because the usual problem with cats is that you know, it takes a while to get them to be, you know, playing. In the play mood indeed. And our cat is definitely interesting in that regard as well, that she's quite lazy when it comes to like playing. She is. Her absolutely favorite thing ever to do whenever we play, though, Because we usually play in the bed, because it is one of the best places to play with her. She doesn't really care to be playing when you're like on the floor at all. Like that do be a play that do be a place that she likes to play in. So what we end up doing indeed is indeed to like since you know she likes to chasing toys, you know, whatever is the interesting part, and then you know the steak. She likes those. They are her favorite thing ever. We like to like put it under the blanket, like it's like going hiding, you know. That is like her absolutely the favorite thing ever when it comes to playing. She do be liking that indeed. Which of course is like understandable, like when you think about it, like, you know, if she would actually be, you know, hunting things going away, probably is the more interesting thing. So like, makes sense. But yeah. She doesn't really like to play with like too noisy things. It isn't like she's scared of them though. She just, I guess she just doesn't like the sounds. But yeah, it's not like, I don't think that she's scared per se. I just think that she just doesn't like the sound. Because in my mind there is a difference of being scared of the sound and being just not liking it. But do be what it do be, you know? You'll be fine indeed. Yeah, I mean she does like play with like balls and whatever. Every once in a while, like if she likes, if she's in the mood of playing by herself. The problem really with those is that they usually get stuck somewhere. So like maybe under the couch or something like that. You know, every once in a while though. She do be liking to do that, but not too much. One of the favorite things to play in Cat's Mind is, you know, whenever you're getting her out of her, like, you know, you're taking care of the fur indeed, combing it, whatever, and of course, like, some parts are left behind, and you, like, make a ball out of it, and then you throw it somewhere. It's fun. She do be an interesting one though. She do be indeed. Also, soon sunset. time is over. Soon indeed. And funnily enough, soon it's sunset chime in real life in here. It do be. I don't know why, but I wish when we, or if we, I'm hoping that we do, if we do be getting indeed Gen 5 remakes, I hope that they do something cool about the say something. Because they have kind of brought it back in like Scarlet and Violet, that there's like some areas that have like the certain form of yearling, for example. So I'm kind of hoping that they could do something with that. Because as annoying as it is, you know, that in the Unova games, if you would like to explore everything, you can't. For the reason being that, you know, certain things are only available in certain seasons. And, you know, that can be a pain. But I would like to say that maybe if we would be getting in the Gen 5 remakes, that could be like touched upon and being improved on. I don't think that it necessarily should be going with real life time. Of course, that would be easy to, you know, manipulate, of course. But I just think that it would be cool. And I will still say that one thing that I would be wishing from Pokemon games at some point to be adding is to add like seasonal clothing, or like cold area, hot area, normal clothing. And then of course if you don't want it, you could be turning it off. You know? Yeah, I think it's a unique feature indeed. I understand that it was kind of a one-time thing though. But as I said, it could be touched upon. I was thinking that if they don't want to be going with like at all about the real life clock thing or time of year thing, I think one thing that they could do is to have like a certain like place where you could be switching, like the is it summer or winter, for example. Yeah, I think that would be nice. At least if for nothing else, it would be making some places to be more of an accessible thing earlier on, indeed. But yeah. Could be cool things, could be cool things. Like, sure, I will say that it is indeed sometimes an annoyance that, you know, certain things happen in games during certain times of day slash year, but they have almost always been a thing though, in one form or another. Like, encounters differ between day and night. There is the low chai and high chai thing in Gen 3 Hoenn games at least. I don't think that it's in Fire Red and Leaf Green. Which is like a neat thing, you know. Is it completely necessary? Absolutely not, but I think it's a neat, like, little thing there, though. That you could be getting them like that. I think for me the only problem really with, like, if I would be playing the Gen 5 games indeed, since the season is a big thing, is that, you know, I'm not the type of person that likes to be switching the settings too much. So, you know, might be a problem. And I'm also like to explore all of the things though as well. So yeah, there do be that be indeed. Of course, I don't see anything wrong with doing that, and in certain situations I kind of need to do it or I want to do it. For example, in this Pumpkinville Hunch, I do it because I just want to be getting the spooky nighttime encounters. Also, I prefer the nighttime background. And in some situations, I usually avoid it if I'm not streaming, of course. Just be switching into certain time of day because some Pokemons are only available in certain times of day. A stun for my mischievous hunt. Surprise, surprise. I'm not usually streaming too much after like 8 PM. Maybe like my usual absolute max would be I would indeed be like 10, but usually it's like 9 at latest. But yeah. Nighttime though, pretty encounter screen first. Pretty encounter screen first indeed, and now it's fully nighttime unfortunately. If only that would be lasting for more than one. I mean, technically there is a chance, but it's quite low of a chance though. But yeah, it do be what it do be though. Isn't it always the case in games in general that the things that you find to be pretty only last for a little while? At least it's a usual case for me. Or like anyways, like interesting things, you might not be finding them pretty, but like it can indeed be the case that they are only gonna be there for a little while and they are kind of gone forever. Hey, it do be what it do be. Oh. Another indeed again a game. She's scaring me. I wouldn't necessarily mind one, but I would be a little bit of scared if that would be happening though. So maybe something else. One thing that I will say though that I find quite weird in Pokemon games is that there is not that many cemeteries or places similar to each. Or like there is actually quite, no, I think, but there's quite a good amount of places that are similar to cemeteries. There's just not too many cemeteries in Pokemon games. And the weird thing is that if there usually is a cemetery in a Pokemon game, there is a decent amount of them in the same game. If they're not exactly always the same, but like these things similar, you know. It's like interesting. Of course I don't mind it, but I will say it is one of the things that in my opinion, oh, thinking that was enough time, that are usually in games, and it's like one of the things that like is very well in like most of the games anyways. I'm afraid that if indeed the Pumpkaboo hunt will be taking too much longer. It's going to be bad before I get it, you know, since, you know, it's a pumpkin and, you know, they don't last forever. It's gonna be rotten by the time that I get it right. I mean, I don't mind it. It is what it is. As I said, last year was insanely fast, so I don't mind honestly that this one is taking a little bit longer. It do be what it do be. Has been fun nonetheless. Doesn't make it less funny indeed. But yeah, Phantom. How dare you be like this? I've been talking about it before that even though we have a bunch of Pokeballs, I think I would still like to get more. As I said, there's like so many other other ones that we could be getting. Like I'm kind of thinking, like I've been talking about before, like kind of an opposite of what Duskball does, either at night or in caves and such. But in the past I've been saying, I think mostly during the daytime, but now I'm kind of thinking that it would be cool if it would instead be in like high areas, like on top of mountains, for example. I guess it could be like a nowadays version of like Better Ball, more or less. I know that the sky like battles slash Pokemons, they aren't really a thing, unfortunately. They did try with it, but usually didn't last for too long before they were like gone. I still think they are quite cool ideas though. So if they ever return, I think we should be getting a special Pokeball for that. And it could be indeed the same Pokeball that works just like better with areas that are like higher in the world. It would be kind of an opposite of like Dive Ball, I guess. But still be interesting nonetheless. Speaking of Dive Balls, I think I would be liking to be getting like in a new Pokemon game again a location where you can only get by going underwater. I think that would be kind of cool. Because, like, surely I know that they are not, of course, the most safe locations to go to. But then again, yes, most of the locations in Pokemon games. Definitely. But I think that would still be quite nice though. Like have like a underwater cave. And honestly, I don't know why, but now I'm thinking that that would be kind of a cool place for a legendary to be in. It would be kind of similar to like how Regis were for the you know, for the first Regis indeed. First Reggie puzzles. I think that would be kind of cool. As I said, it's definitely a unique location. Like, of course, like, it would need to be, like, worth it to go there at least, like, once. But it could be one of those locations, though, that, like, before you catch the legendary, there wouldn't be anything else, but after you catch the legendary, there would be more Pokemons there. It could be either that the Pokemons were scared of the legendary, or it could be like, I don't know, maybe the cave could be freezing before that point or something like that. Like, it would just be like, you know, a place where most Pokemons wouldn't be able to survive. And that would be like, lore-wise, the reason why before the legendary was captured that there is nothing there. And I don't know why, but I really like the idea now. But hey, maybe? Maybe? Maybe indeed. Oh god. I didn't like that those did happen at the same time because oh god, the audio. So loud. But it's still not as loud as encountering two Silkus at the same time. In the Eternal Forest in PDSP or Brilliant Diamond in this case, but I think it's kind of the same situation with Cascoon as well. I mean, honestly, encountering anything there, it's too obvious. Just it's loud. It do be very loud. Phantom, phantom, phantom. What do you be doing? There we go. What are you staring at there? I mean, I wouldn't necessarily mind if you would be on my table today, so if that's the reason you're looking at me, your angry face. It's strange because usually you are trying to be on my table in times that I don't want you to be there. But hey, if she wants to, she wants to, you know. It's a bunch of pumpkin boosts. And some of them are supersized. Nice. Another one that I'm quite interested in doing at some point is Dusknor. It's just the problem is that it is either a soft reset hunt in Sword and Shield, or it's gonna be like possibly the alpha one in Legends Arceus. It just is a shame that oh my god. Like that the dude that is called Dusknor isn't really available like as a wild hunt in too many places, and as I've said before, I quite like the shiny. I know there is a lot of people that hate it for the reason that it's not, you know, red as the other ones are. But I like it. I like it. Quite like it indeed. Yep. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of understand that they didn't want to like originally give Dusknor dark typing because you know there was a bunch of ghost dark Pokemon. Then I got it recently, but I think it would be very fitting one to be having If not dark as a secondary typing, then something as a secondary typing. It could be psychic because sometimes some of the psychic ones are quite scary. In my opinion, it could have been getting something. Like, make it more interesting. But yeah, I don't know what though. Apart from dark, really. As I said, maybe psychic could be working. Really know about anything else though. It would be quite nice looking indeed. Let's say that again. There we go. I should be able to hit again the same number that we did get, the like same amount of numbers for the encounters. That I did get the Oranguru at today. Because it would be a little bit under 100 away, indeed. So I love that the thing didn't count. And then it count twice. Lovely. It do be what it do be though. What can you do? Also, seemed like I was having some stomach issues last night. Because, you know, she was a little bit smellier than usual. Come on, hey, what can you do? What can you do, though? I will say the one thing that I sometimes hated about using, you know, dishwasher is that certain things they don't want to be getting rid of, you know, the water at all, no matter how hard you try. It's especially a situation that I have been noticing with like drinking bottles, for example. They do seem to be quite an issue. They do be indeed. But it is partially because, of course, the material that, you know, the bottles are made out of. Partially because dishwasher isn't the best in the world, but, you know, it does what it needs to be doing, though. I do be glad about that, you know. Always would be appreciating when things are doing the things that they are meant to be doing. I think one thing might be the reason why Cat is like sleeping on the bed, not her bed, but on the bed right now, is that the floor is pretty cold today. Also, my computer seems to be like today be quite quite a like know a cold one. That could be another reason as well. Anyways, funny things indeed. Funny little bumblebees. I don't know really what else for me. Like there's honestly, I know that there's a bunch of like Pokemons for some people that like Pokemon wise that do be like seeming to be like, you know, spooky Halloween time of things. Like some people are just saying that it's a ghost or a dark type, it's fitting. Which I understand, but I don't really like to go like that much myself. I think for me, it's both Pumpkaboo and Phantom, Spiritomb, Darkrai, ghost types, I know, but not everyone, you know. As I said, I think like Dusknoir specifically would be one for me as well. Duskull and Dusclops are like fine. Another one, not like that I'm not gonna be just saying that would be fitting for this time of year, is like typing wise is that usually is expected, like a thing, because indeed typing is Umbreon, because you know I don't see to be spooky or something like that fitting for Halloween time. And of course there do be Mimikyu for example as well. I don't know though. Yeah, I don't think that like all ghost and dark types are really, you know, too much fitting for the Halloween. There is like specific ones. And there might be some things that might not be too much fitting there and they like type wise and they could still be there. Weirdly enough for me it would be Beware, because next entries. And then there's like two, like there's like few that I'm like two-minded about. For example, Frostlass. It would be fitting for, you know, a what is it, like a Halloween time. But I also kind of see more it as the ice type. It could be partially because, you know, it started as a pure ice type. But for me, it's mainly because it's usually found in icy areas. Oh, huh. Oh, there. Wasn't completely sure what it was, so I wanted to check. Also, another thing that I will be checking is that Electric Boostage, because I'm not completely sure. No, it's not. It was just a tail. Got on my thought. Anyways, I think there's another small Pumpkaboo. There indeed. So I'm gonna be going ahead and checking it out. That's not a usual spot that I honestly will be having pumpkaboos in. Weirdly enough, even though like every single spot is like a possibility, but this spot specifically is normally a no for me, and it doesn't seem like there's really anything spawning in there now. Cool. Love each. I think it's something that I don't care. Yes, it's not a pumpkaboo. Oh yeah, I was thinking about one thing that I absolutely hate about living like in this apartment building that we do be living in, is that I hate at the bottom of my heart our like trash area that is like outside. I understand that it needs to be like in the level of the main road because the little hill that we have for our parking lot, it would be a pain. So like I don't honestly mind it too much that we need to be going down 2 set of stairs. Even though, especially during the winter time, it's annoying because it's not the best example of, you know, places that are well maintained during winter, and, you know, since it's the only place that we can, like, throw the trash out, it's indeed a little bit of an annoyance. But the main thing that I absolutely hate about it, that has been going on since we did move here, is the collection area for like cardboard boxes and stuff like that, you know. Because that place is also used for the nearby restaurant, so like it is perfect for, let's say, large size pizza boxes, but nothing else. And the other thing is that you have to like push it down into like into like a pizza box of a wide thing. Like it can't be too tall. It needs to be in very small pieces in some cases, so it's a bad one. I have absolutely always hated it. It's a cool idea to be having it there, but the way that it's there, it's bad. And of course, since there has been for quite some time like a mandatory thing that there needs to be like more options to like recycle things. Oh god, that has been a pain. I hate it. I absolutely hate it because there needs to be nowadays one for like plastic. It's only for a very specific kind of plastic, but there is. But since there was already like no room for a new like, you know, thing, and it needed to be like a specific color because, you know, that's how they know where to like dump it in the truck for, you know. but it's like blocking half of the regular trash cans. So like, I as a not really a short person, but you know, not really as a tall person either, I can't access the last two rows because there is indeed the plastic one in my way. And the funny thing is that there is one that is broken, has been broken for at least half a year, and it hasn't been removed. And like, if they would be getting the broken one out, they could be putting the plastic one in that place, so you know, people could be using all the trash cans. And I have seen that it has been an issue overall in here, because there is the ones that like anyone can easily access. They are absolutely way too full all the time. That like is close to like the day that the trash is gonna be picked up. But like, it's cool, but you know, I don't understand what's the problem, like in some places that they just don't know that you really shouldn't be overfilling them. For us, it's not that big of a deal. Because it's in a like closed area, it's not like it's openly outside, you know. So it's not the worst thing ever, but still. It do be like that indeed. Sometimes it just feels like they have wanted to make the worst possible trash can area in the world. But yeah, it do be what it do be. And then there is like for some, like, of course, like, since you know recycling is a good thing, and there is like different trash cans for them. For some of them there is like, in my opinion, too much like too much like trash cans for them, or like the bin is way too like vague. Because I don't know, is it still a thing, but there was maybe like two whole like big trash cans for like like newspapers and stuff like that. And keep in mind, they are usually emptied every 2 weeks. If there is not a special day that would remove you from the day the trash collection, you know. Which is like weird, you know. Also, another thing that just came to my mind with the problem of that the space is way too small and there is way too many trash cans is I can't anymore see the labels on the trash cans, because they are like, they are on the side that, you know, you would be opening the trash can from, but since they are like sideways, the label for what the trash can is for is not visible. Which is, in my mind, a very good decision. And I will say, because it is quite a dark place, and the light that it's there, it's quite bad. there is few trash cans that if you don't know where they are, you could be mixing them up. And it's like just like, why? Why is it done so bad? Sometimes I'm just wondering like how well is the plastic one even used? Because I know that like this specific like building it's not the best about like recycling. It's just I always see it to be the case. Because for whatever reason, sometimes in our trash area, there is something like an old dishwasher that doesn't belong in there. Because people are way too lazy to throw them out themselves. I mean, I will say though, like, if you already did get it there, why can't you just have it in your car and like actually throw it away? I know it costs money, but still, it's weird. But like sometimes you could see, like there was one time that I was throwing like trash away, that there was like one entire bin just filled in with carpets. And it's not even the right place to throw them. It's just literally one place just filled with carpets. And like, huh? Like, why? Thankfully, I know that it's the case in some places. It's not really too big of a thing in here that there is not too many bags of clothing that I have seen. Which is good because, of course, it's recommended to be recycling them in the correct way to try and, you know, put it into place where like some other person could be getting them instead. Of course, there's situations that it's, you know, it's too broken or it's something that you can't be putting there, you know? But I'm glad because I remember that I don't exactly remember what place it was where I did live. But one place that I did live in, it was another like apartment building thingamathing. But there was like almost every single time, like almost every week or like every other week, whatever my thing, was like almost always like used clothes there. And keep in mind that that place, if you would be having money to live somewhere else, you would. So it just feels weird that there was so many clothes in the trash. It could be because like I have been very well taught in that you should always try to, especially with clothes, you should try and recycle them. As I said, there is of course some clothes that you just can't. Because, you know, hygiene and stuff like that. But like, I still try to do it though. I mean, I will say though that it doesn't happen as much anymore because, you know, I'm not growing anymore. And I like to use my clothes up until the point that I'm not willing to wear them, and at that point they will be in a point that they would be too broken to be, you know, be recycling in that way. But in that situation, I try to throw it in a place where it can be like used as a recycled material for other clothes instead. And honestly, I don't intentionally do it. But like most of the clothes recently that I have been bought are like pants. Specifically, they have been made from recycled material. Like, I don't intentionally even do it. Of course I don't mind it, it's good. I just go for more of a feel, like, does it feel good? Go from there. But yeah, it do be what it do be though. Funny things indeed. But yeah, it could be me and the way that I did grow up that I don't really see anything wrong using someone else's used clothes. Because, like, you know, there was some clothes that were too small for my, let's say, for my sister, and then I would be getting them, you know, and like they would be in decent condition. Like, why not? I've always like seeing it honestly to be a weird thing that people are weirded out by that, because of course, like, even though it's used clothes, you know, you would be washing them first. Because it's recommended anyways, if you even buy new clothes, that you should be washing them first. At least for me, it's that way. Because you never know. And there's the situations that some clothes, they feel better if they have been washed once. There's certain materials that, at least for me, like feel better if they have been washed already once. And also the other thing is that if it's slightly too small or slightly too big, you can adjust it, you know, before you're actually starting to wear it. I guess it could be the situation that if you would be buying either one size bigger or one size smaller, then it's not, it's too much. Which is sometimes a shame. Also, another thing that, since if you know me, I don't like shopping for clothes at all. I absolutely hate one thing though about it, apart from the whole idea, is that since there's, you know, different shapes in clothes, you can be fitting into one size with certain shape and then the other shape is not too good at all. Not too good at all. Which is sometimes very annoying. So Sun did set let's go. Let's go! Oh, is it? Oh, today we did get exactly 9 hours of daylight. Like, exactly. At least, like, where I live, specifically. Where is the closest point that it's pointing to, you know? Yeah, I do be like that. I already kind of would like to check out like what's the situation in the north though, northern parts of Finland indeed, like how many hours do they get in a day? Because as I am being saying that they don't get too much during the winter times. It's for me one of the most, like, even though it's a unfortunate thing to think about, at the same time I think it's kind of cool that polar nights are a thing. Same with like polar days, completely opposite of the things. I think they're polar days. I know polar nights is a thing. You know, no. Polar nights is basically that no sunlight for an X amount of time, which indeed happens in the northern parts of Finland, which is called Lapland. Depending on where, but I like to say like 2 weeks. It could be because it is kind of the way that it has been taught to me that it lasts for 2 days and 2 weeks or 2 days. And because like it really depends on where exactly are you. Like how long does it take? And as I said, there's the completely opposite during the summer times. That there is going to be a period of time that the sun doesn't set at all. That's the reason, I guess, why I understand it so well, why people are sleepy during winter times. Depending on, of course, like, where you live. Is it opposite from me or not? I completely understand it because, you know, in some places it is indeed less sunlight, so makes sense. It do be. And I guess like it's a thing that it isn't really taught everywhere, but it's like kind of an important thing in my opinion to be teaching in here specifically. Because, you know, it makes sense to kids then when they are sleepy, you know. But yeah, I know at least, I think they're called polar days, I don't know. I know that polar days or whatever, it's the time period called that the sun doesn't set at all. It's one of the more popular times of year where people like to, you know, come in here to, you know, witness it and everything like that. Which of course makes sense because like it's a quite cool thing. Of course, another like quite an obvious thing when people are indeed traveling to here is in the usual times where there is gonna be the northern lights. Or Aurora Borealis. Yeah, I think. Yeah. It's like both of the times they make sense why people want to be in here. Because, you know, it's not everyday thing or every once in a while thing for everyone. I haven't ever seen either of the two things myself because I just don't live too far in the north, not even close. And also because, like, even though you could technically see the northern lights in here, the thing is that, you know, when you live in a city, you can't really be seeing them because all the lights are blocking the light to be really seen. Which is indeed unfortunate, but could be worse, could be worse. But anyways. Cool hunting indeed. Make a decent amount of progress. Time to stretch. It's been a while. But it's like 2 hours soon again that been hunting since I needed get the drink. Indeed. There we go. Feels nicer. Nicer indeed. I would so wish that that little area would be enough to go for to reset the spawn in here if it doesn't want to spawn. I don't know why again. That button like specifically wants to be either double counting or not count at all. I haven't done one thing in a while, and that is to continue my Let's Go Pikachu with shinies. This is a thing that I do on my own, but it has been a while since I've been doing anything in there. I guess it's because it's me for a weird game that you can kind of AFK. You know, because you can of course to be waiting until the spawns reroll and stuff like that. But yeah, apart from that, nothing. Like, you still need to be paying quite a good amount of attention to the game, depending on the shiny, of course, that you try to get. Surprise, surprise. But it's nice. And I guess some locations are a little bit on the annoying side. Even though there's like set amount of dudes that can be on the screen at once, and they need to despawn before a new one can spawn in. But they can sometimes get stuck, and they just don't despawn. It's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate indeed. Apparently, Cat did hurt herself. She does it usually when you play with her, unfortunately. And more because usually her, like, paw gets stuck, or I guess, you know, she can't all the time, you know, be the most wise person when it comes to claws. Which I have been seeing honestly to be the case with all the cats that I have been with recently, that, you know, they just stay out. She did this morning get stuck anyways. Hello there. You hurt your leg? See many different. Jumping as usual. But yeah, she do be what she do be. Usually, when it comes to playing, indeed, she do be hurting herself quite often. But you know, it is for us a saying that if you do something, you usually get hurt. It's a quite a funny saying indeed. It doesn't translate too well in English, but it's a quite a funny one indeed. And now there's something interesting in the air. A cool smell, or do you see something in the air? Oh, is there someone on the window again? It couldn't be you yourself, of course. Oh, now I get it why she's so interested in on the of the wall. So hello there. Are you today gonna be bringing me luck? Are you? Is that what you're gonna be doing today? You're gonna be bringing me luck? Or are you just there for a moment? Yeah, there's like a piece of tape on the wall that she sometimes gets very interested on. Which is weird because like it is, you know, there. It's not like it has suddenly appeared. Has been there for years. There's a poster there that did fall down and I haven't gotten them out. Oh there, whatever you are, Yemper. Usual. Oh, I did count there. Still no update. Okay. This time it actually was my fault that it did double count because I just didn't see that it updated. But hey. Then I don't need you press it again for this one then. And that a good thing about it indeed. Oh. No, thank you. Thankfully today there shouldn't be any notifications or no low battery. Because Sinistry Hand, like those Joy-Cons, they have been, I think pretty much since the last time that I did hunt there, I've been charging, which is like a week. And then I did indeed put last night my usual ones as well, so there do be that be indeed. Also, one thing that I would kind of wish if Pumpkaboo is gonna be added to Scarlet and Violet is that even though if it wouldn't be all the time, but sometimes Pumpkaboo would be lighting the way with the, you know, lights that it has. I think that would be kind of cool. Or, you know, maybe that another thing that would be cool if to be having a chain puzzle someday. That would be like you'll be using a pumpkaboo as a torch. A flashlight, whatever my thing. That would be kind of cool. Because like it already has it, you know, going for it, like why couldn't it be able to do it, you know? So I think that would be kind of cool. No. No Pikachu. Yeah, I don't know, that would be kind of cool. But then again, they did do it, you know, in Platinum. Well, I mean, I wouldn't mind it to get it again. I wouldn't mind it personally at all. Especially since, as I said, you could do it with Pumpkaboo, like, I think that would be kind of cool to be using a Pokemon for it instead of, you know, other things. Yeah. I hope indeed that we're gonna be getting, like, in the future, indeed, like, going forward, that we'll be able to get, like, gym puzzles more relying on, like, Pokemons. Because that would be kind of cool and, you know, new thing. Of course, not every gym, but, you know, maybe like few gyms. Anyways, have like an interesting thing. Oh, with the gym indeed. Because I like it kind of that since they did start it, I will be always referring with when I ever talk about this to the trials in Alola. The gyms, they aren't just a place that maybe there is some kind of a puzzle and then bunch of trainers that you need to defeat. It's like you need to do something more of a unique thing. Surely was still in the trials fighting quite a bit, yeah, but there was some things that were more unique. Some trials you could be going without battling anything but the, you know, the totem Pokemon. There was very few of them, of course, but still pretty cool. Like, of course, I don't mind, like, the fighting part, but, like, make it just interesting. I think there was, you know, there was quite a good amount of the only, like, fighting ones, technically, in Scarlet and Violet. Like, there is the Ghost Gym, but, like, Ghost Gym, it had the nice thing of being double battles. I'm kind of missing though that there could have been like something a little bit more unique about it though. Like something in between, you know. Because like there is, let's say for example, there is the Psychic Gym that, even though I absolutely hate the thing that is with it, I still like it that it is indeed something in between the battles to do, you know. That is a thing that I do be appreciating. Would it be better if it would be made better, and also would it be nicer if it would be a little bit harder? Yeah, but it's not too bad though. Then there is of course the ones that the fighting is optional, completely optional, like what is it, the Bakachim, like fighting is completely optional, you don't need to do it. If you just want to make it easier for yourself, then you need to do it, but it's, you know, not necessary. And there is of course like ones that there is no such thing as battling. Like the ice gym, no battles necessary. No battles at all, I don't think. So yeah. And then there is the ones that the fighting, it's not necessary, but it would be very good to do it. Like normal gym, for example. It's not necessary, but it will help you quite a bit if you would be doing the battles. And Cat is on the table once again. How are you doing? Okay. Anything interesting happening? Okay. You're gonna lay down? You are! Are you pressing it buttons on the Joy-Cons? You can be there. I just don't want you to be pressing any buttons on the Joy-Con. That's all. Hello there. Are you gonna be trying to clean your record of trying to help me with finding shinies? You usually are very helpful. Are you today? Do you like pumpkins? Or the spooky forest? Are any of or either of those places to your liking? Are they? You don't understand the thing that I'm talking about, do you? Cats. And it's indeed 600 today. Not too bad. I think I will be going at the least 100 more. But I would kind of like to go another one after that. But we shall see. Of course, one thing that is always a deciding factor indeed. Is that how confused the cat is? Well, no, the one very big deciding factor do be always that, do we find anything? As I said before, that the one that is really the bigger thing in this one is the pumpkaboo. Because if I would be getting something for the Sinisty, I might start a new one. Because I've said it before that if I get a face for something that I hunt, I like to get a new face going. There's in some situations that I'm not gonna be doing that. It doesn't happen too often, though. Was the case with one of the faces for Sinisty that I literally did get it as the last encounter. But, like, that's about it, really. That do be about it, indeed. I think I should probably grab a snack bar because I'm getting quite hungry. I think I go to 10 then. I'll quickly go ahead and grab it. I need it while I hunt, indeed. And at the same time, I'm kind of hoping that the cat would be staying there and not be excited that I'm in the move trying to get something. Also, that's mean. Strangely encountered a pumpkin, but there's this dog. Oh, you're on the move already? Okay, cool. It's having you here. Are you gonna be going? Somewhere. She doesn't usually mind me talking, so it's just strange because doesn't, as I said, she doesn't really care, but maybe today she doesn't want to listen. But yep, I'll be back soon. I'll be getting the snack bar indeed. There we go. There we go, indeed. Yeah. Beating. I think there's two. No, there's only one supersized one back there. Also, excuse me, do you want to be spotting something? Thank you. There we go. Nice. There's two parts for this one, but I think I will be or two like different ones in the same package. I think I will be leaving the other one for later. The only problem with this is really that they're very dry and I don't like it personally. And snack bars are too dry, but I mean it's fine, not other than that. So I don't really mind it. I guess it's because it's like menu, like this one is like actually this is like a breakfast like edition, so like you're probably gonna be drinking like coffee or like yogurt or eating yogurt or something like that. Or you're eating it, so I guess it makes sense. Also, like it's pretty good tasting, so I don't mind it. It will be indeed. It's a lot nicer though. Surprise, surprise, if you're hungry and you eat, it feels nice. Who would have ever thought of that? Who would have ever thought of that indeed? Oh. Another very obvious thing is that if the thing is too light or too heavy, it's not gonna be going through far when you throw it. Perhaps the most important obvious thing is that if thing is from the oven, it's most likely hot. It can be guaranteed, of course, because you never know if your oven is very old and isn't the most reliable thing ever. Like the one that we have, but... And you know, still, most of the time, it's somewhat reliable. It is frustrating though, like, if you make... Like, let's say that there is a scenario that you'll be eating the same thing that you need to be putting into the oven a few times, like 2 days in a row. One day it could be perfectly fine, and then you do the same thing the next day, and then it could be a little burned. Usually for us, very rarely is like undercooked. It's usually burned. Weirdly enough, indeed. What it do be, what it do be. Would be nice to be getting a new one, but I'm afraid that they are not gonna be giving us a new one, unfortunately. Because it is working, and like you're supposed to be keeping an eye out for your food, you know, but it is still a little annoying. And thankfully, nothing has happened from them. And the oven is not the most reliable thing ever. I've been talking about that it is quite old. It's hard to remember the last time that that brand under that name did make that kind of ovens. But you know, they do be lasting a decent amount of time, so like, makes sense. But like, it could be replaced sooner though. If for nothing else, a new one should be more energy efficient. You know? Should be. Oh, there we go. What is up with both of the games though? Getting the or at least likely ones back to back. Excuse me. A third indeed in a row? Question mark? No. Must be a bunch of indeedies. I will say though, even though I don't want it as a shiny, I would wish that Oranguru would be showing more often. I wouldn't be too upset if one would show up, but I think just because, you know, Indeedee is the second rarest thing ever to be encountering from the forest, that I think it should be a little bit easier to be noticing and, you know, getting than it is. But yeah. One question is interesting though. Is the game going to be going from here on out be getting me all the Shield exclusive twice? Because indeed wasn't too long time ago. Last one was Oranguru. So are you gonna be up next giving me either a Spritzy or a Ponyta then? Spritzy I haven't seen in base-wise about as long as Oranguru, technically longer. And it is quite weird though, like, I don't think that Spritzy is like that rare in here, because most of the Pokemons in here have mostly, like, more or less the same encounter rate. They do be. So I think, technically, I should be getting more Spritzys. At least like one or two. I mean, at least, if nothing else, I should be having more Spritzys than Indeedies. Also, now the only two that I haven't gotten on stream are Spritzy and Phantom. This indeed did get a Oranguru today. And I think I did talk about it before, that I think I will be redoing the colors a little bit around the Pokemons. I think now it's a good time because I will be anyways going to, you know, do something about them. So why not do it now? Hello there. I would have encountered probably anything that it would have been anyways. So I think that it would have been a little too late to try and turn around for me. Maybe it's just slightly, you know. Oh, there might be another Pumpkaboo waiting for me then. Since the Electrike over there did indeed despawn. Oh. I think I will be doing today only 700 encounters. I think indeed. I think that will be, you know, good enough for the day. Progress is progress. It's usually indeed that I will be doing 800, but I will still say that sometimes when you do be getting shinies, they are kind of messing the time a little bit. Indeed. Not sure. Electric dogs. More electric dogs. The electric dogs are everywhere. At least one of them is not aggressive. Also, the not aggressive one doesn't have a weird hitbox in my opinion. Oh, you said one though. Pink? Oh, pink. No pink indeed with you. Well, that's unfortunate. It's a nice shiny pod. I don't know, Yamper. I like you as a Pokemon. You're pretty cute and everything, but I don't think that I will be hunting you twice. It is unfortunate because I will say that if for whatever weird reason Yamper would be available in the Dynamax Adventures. Quite unlikely that it would be there, but you know, you never know. But if you would be there, then I might, you know, consider getting you twice then, because you can't really be doing anything to the Dynamax Adventure once. Yeah. Unfortunately, there is not too many two-stage Pokemon lines that are indeed in the Dynamax Adventures. The first one, that is. Like, one of the only ones that... And one of the only ones, and the only one that I can think of right now is Munchlax. But I will say it makes sense. It has a pretty decent move pool. It is decently strong. It is decently strong indeed. So, like, makes sense. Anyway, we'll still hope, of course, the best of luck to anyone else that will be hunting, of course. And though today will be, as I said, a little bit shorter, like encounter-wise, especially compared to yesterday, but yesterday was only doing Pumpkaboo, so like... It's not of course the most accurate one, but as I said, any progress should be progress. I do be happy with the amount that I can make. I do be indeed. Always be happy. Yeah, I don't know, maybe I'll be able to do Old Cemetery next year for Halloween. I might be doing some hunting there anyways. Well, of course, I don't think so because I have other hunts indeed ongoing, and weirdly enough, even though I don't mind the wild areas, I think the wild areas are cool, I just personally do very rarely hunts in them. It's mostly because of the reason that, you know, the weather is a thing, and I don't like it. So, there do be that be. Oh yeah. It do be what it do be, you know. Yeah. Of course, the obvious thing, if you will have a target in mind in the wild area, is to, of course, originate back. But as I said, my problem is, even though it's not that big of a deal, but I just like to be getting the shinies to be having the correct day that I have got. I mean, you know, it is indeed the case for me. It do be what it do be, and also it unfortunately seems to be the case that the bunch of 6 didn't do the trick either. Unfortunately, indeed. But I can't complain though. It's a cool milestone to hit, I will say that, but not really what I'm actually after, you know. Not what I'm actually after, but it do be like that. I hate when Pokemon have like yellow tails and then I'm not certain is it the claw or is it the tail of the Pokemon. It's more of the case in this location for Yamper and Electrike more than Pikachu, because Pikachu is quite obvious, and also it's not as often in here anyways. That did take a switch time. Is the game confused to be getting a random one or the visible one? Probably. It's quite close. Which one I would be getting? Don't wanna be too surprised. What's going on? Yeah. I think indeed tomorrow I will be doing some Dynamax adventures, as I said. If for whatever reason I'm not on tomorrow, then it'll be on Sunday. But that will be indeed the case. So, yeah, doing the Dynamax adventures, indeed. For the Bacon Bird. Then on Sunday, indeed, if I will be streaming tomorrow as well. I'm not completely sure what I'll be doing. I was thinking maybe Animal Crossing a little bit and then some shiny hunting afterwards. But of course, hard to say what you feel. Also, what is going on? That's like number 5 of the female EVAs today. They are 1% normally, so what's going on? I think the game is a little bit broken. I have the luck in the wrong way, as usual. Yeah, I don't know why, like, as I have been saying, like, my luck with, like rare Pokemon is insane. Because indeed as I've been talking about, I'm indeed doing the Murkrow hunt in the Cherna Forest in Brilliant Diamond. And I don't see Beautifly too often. I'm using the level 11 repel trick. So, like, it should be 5% or something like that. So, I don't see them usually too much, but when I do see one, there usually is one or two afterwards. As I said, I don't know what's up with my luck, it's just insane sometimes. How luck can indeed be working. But what can you do? What can you do indeed? But hey, it's one thing to look back into, I guess. Indeed. We shall see indeed. Time to stretch. Another supersized one. What is going on with you, game? But yeah, it's interesting to sometimes like check out like what's like with the repel tricks, like the percentage chance for certain Pokemons. Because you know, usually it's like usually it is indeed like yeah, it's a 1% stuff like that, but sometimes if you use like repel trick, it can be like 1.25%. Which is like interesting. Of course, like it makes sense, but it's just weird to think sometimes. Because of course, like most places, they don't show. Because there's sometimes in Pokemon games, there is the chance that like even though like Pokemon is available in X amount of levels in the place, but then like in certain levels it's more likely to be there, you know, than others. It just is interesting. Like of course like you don't really see it for yourself because it's more noticeable for like places that there is bunch of variety with them, but it's not too many places that are like that, unfortunately. So yeah, and like most of the places indeed that you'll be checking out, like encounter tables, whatever, they don't like say it by a level. They just say like overall this Pokemon has this percent chance. Of course like it's unnecessary, but I mean sometimes I would wish that there could be like in the side there could be a button that you could press that to expand like how rare of a certain level of a Pokemon is, you know. It will be interesting. It will be interesting indeed, though. Not all I try. Not today. Maybe next time. Next time, indeed. But yeah, as I said, good day today. Decent amount of progress. 700 is indeed very good. Very happy with the amount of progress. One shiny, but I was kind of expecting that anyways. We're doing Sinistly there. Anyways. You know, shiny charm mods and stuff like that. Would be probably hitting almost the odds indeed there today if I wouldn't be finding the shiny. Because I would like to say that if I wouldn't have found the shiny, I probably would have been at 800 today, but as I said, Chinese stage taking their own time to, you know, dead stuff like that. Do newbie with a newbie though. Yep. As I also said that I think I'll try to focus on the weekend and probably also today to try and sleep a little bit better, so would be in that regard feeling a little bit better. I'm not feeling too bad, but you know, sleeping is important indeed. It's good to rest indeed every once in a while. It does feel quite nice indeed. A few more to go. Kind of hoping that the next one will be spawning in here as well, because I don't want to be ahead and looking for one more somewhere else. But yep. Last encounters of the day indeed. Let's go this side. There is, thank you, one in here. Water spritzy and a regular old pumpkaboo. Seems to be the average sized one even. It is cool. But yep. It is indeed gonna be it for today. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around. As I said, tomorrow, if I will be streaming indeed, I'll be doing the ace for the evil bacon bird indeed. Going to 100 checks there, most likely tomorrow. So that do be. Yep. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today, and remember to get enough rest as well. I'll indeed be seeing you hopefully tomorrow, if not then Sunday. Until then, bye!